Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Monday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be doing some web dev. I've got a couple of pages that I'm just working on at the moment, just little things that I would like to, get done. And if we get them done, we might switch over to some game dev a little bit later on in the stream. I want to say welcome to Krautesh Fakir for the most recent subscription, Waterworld for the most recent follow, everybody who's here in chat on Twitch and on YouTube. And yeah, happy to have you all here. So, I guess we'll just get straight into it. I'll show you what I'm working on. So I'm working on like a page that basically is like a pitch page for publishers. And this is mostly just going to be like a repository for, stuff that I want them to see, basically. So it's, just like I guess like a web page. I don't know if I'm going to be able to have like some sort of like password protection or something on it, but I don't know. We'll see. I just want to like lay it out, show what I want to show on it. I guess a Google Drive would be fine, but nicer, I think, if I can show some sort of a layout. Splitfire, thank you so much. Awesome. Yeah, good luck. So yeah, the idea here is like, I give them a link. I say, here's my pitch. You can go from there and see all the links, right? So that they don't have to sort of do more, digging through Google Drive folders to find stuff. I just want them to see it. Okay. So pretty straightforward. Why can't I just make this the size that I want without making it not the size that I don't want? Okay. That's a massive PNG. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of AI. I've probably mentioned that here or there. I mean, having people be able to doing something by hand, I think is just, I don't know. It's kind of the ethos of my channel. So without it, if I'm, what would the value of my channel be? If I was using AI. The code part, yeah. I mean, that's I guess the thing is that everyone wants to do the part that they like and not the part they don't like, which makes sense to me. Hey, McNeil. Wow, good luck. No, that doesn't work. Well, maybe we could just do it this way and then have this go fill. Pardon me. Maybe I should just put it on the left. Good morning. Are these the screenshots that I use? They look a little outdated. Hey, tech support. These ones are definitely better. So let's just grab a handful of these. Good morning. No, it is really like that, isn't it? Hey, thanks for the follow. Don't like that. That's better. Cool. That's all it needs to be. Project. Oh, man. Many projects at the moment. I haven't spent much time on the game at all in the last 2 weeks because I've been scrambling to put more time into things that are peripheral to the game. My time is just getting eaten up all the time, so I'm doing my best to get the most out of today and out of every chance I get. But that's life. That's what I want. Sweet. Okay. Yeah, it definitely does slow it down, but I don't mind. I'm used to it. Oh. Okay. And now I can do something. Okay. Maybe like... Maybe this could be smaller. Kind of feels like this and this are competing a little bit. In which case, I can kind of just do this. Shrink it. Bring it over here. Say... Not as fun, but maybe we could do something like that's fine, I think. I do have that art without the logo. I mean, the logo is just a component. I can delete it, but I don't really want to do that because it doesn't really work without it. Like I could show other slides in the slide. You know, I can put this on the side and put like 1, 2, 3. But I don't really want to do that. How do you define vertical slice? Is it different from a traditional demo? It can be, yeah. A vertical slice is just, if you pick up the controller, when is the next time that you have permission to put the controller down? That's a vertical slice, in the short version. You start the game. When are you allowed to put it down? Is it time to pitch again? I've been pitching again. I just want to be able to send this out to a bunch of publishers expediently. What is this drop shadow? There's like a blur, but also like a mask that I'm not super happy about. What are these effects, man? Image, image, image. Linear. What does that mean, linear? Linear gradient? Okay. And then? There is a layer blur, but is that... Oh, it actually is doing that, but it's being masked. So I need to like layer blur the mask? Uh-huh. Unless I just don't do that. Okay. Well, let's make this. One sec. Okay. So I have the repo. And so all I need to do is start working away in here. Now, the beauty of this is I might be able to pull this over using what's called the MCP. So I might be able to get all of this in a web page from Figma straight to HTML. Which would be my preference, because it's such a light thing. Okay, so let's go new folder. And call this Insignia. Maybe we just put it into Insignia? Nah. Insignia dash pitch in the root. Move it. All right. So I think this goes. There is a thing I can do here. One sec, pals. One sec, pals. Sorry, just doing some config stuff. That's going to work. So copy, link to selection. I should be able to do that. Okay. All right. I'm just going to see if I can get that rolling. It's actually, it should be such a straightforward conversion from this to HTML. Like, it's a manual. It is straightforward to do it manually. I just don't want to have to write the styles and the HTML myself, but I'll do it if I have to. And then after that, I have been working on one of these. I've been working on this. This is actually almost functional. Oh, actually, because we're live today, we can test this. I can test this right now. But I'm not on the right branch. Okay, can't test it right now, but I will test it in a bit. Whoa, 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 whoa. What are you trying to do? Yep, correct. Just do that, please. Okay. Hey, Pixels. So we'll do this. And then I've been working on this. I have it working. It should work. And then this stuff, we don't need it up today. I just wanted to do some work on my website, basically. Oh. I've been very stressed today, pals. I was working on a video last night and I just did not get it right, like finished in time, unfortunately. So I couldn't upload it in the end. That's certainly a start. Let's have a look. What have we got here? Yep. I don't know about fonts. Oh, that's Google static. Yep. Those are the right weights. We will put the style in a style sheet called CSS, styles.css. We'll see how correctly that works. Looks good to me. Hey, that's really good. It didn't quite bring the SVG over. But that is more or less correct. Okay, well, I can bring the images over now. Where can I put these? These will be in the, yeah, in here under, let's go Insignia pitch IMG. And then this is going to be PDF thumbnail, pitch thumbnail. We'll call it thumb instead of thumbnail. Okay. And then Insignia logo. Cool. Let's have a quick look at how that's laid out. That's the section. Class, thumb, and then this is there, and then that's perfect. Okay, good. So then I can just replace resource thumb, I think. Go here. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. So what is that? Hero card image placeholder. Right here. Oh, it looks a little blurry. Maybe that should be SVG. That's better. How does that work? Oh, did I put this in the pitch deck spot? Ah, I did. That's better. Better. And is it really just that big? I don't think so. Better. Great. And now a vertical slice. Wait a second. Yay. And then the two links. Cool. Greetings. Yo, where did my YouTube go? Okay. And then this can go there, and then this goes there, and then that goes there. Sweet. Okay. What are we looking at? So far, so good. I want rounded corners on all of this. It looks like I have rounded corners on all of it, which is great. A little more, maybe? Yeah, sweet. And then I want... Doesn't look quite right, does it? That looks kind of blurry. I do game to relax. I was playing Lies of P yesterday, and I had a good time. I'm sort of getting through it, almost finished. What is it? It's like dash dash, and then you go dash dash to that. That's not what I want. How is this laid out? Okay, so it is literally where I've got it. Good, except I don't want whatever the hell that is around it. Cool. Are they that big? I really drew them that big? I guess I did. Okay. Oh, this is not right. This needs to be arranged, aligned from the top down. So this is resource.text, is it? Resource text. Is that what I want? Yes, it is. It is actually what I wanted. Wow. Cool. Now, this copy, there's something about it that I'm not quite happy about. Is it this color, maybe? Yeah, okay. So then we take this here and then that's the label on that. But if I want specifically body text, that's the color we're looking for with a little hash out the front. Cool. Now, I'm not happy about the spacing here versus here. That should be equal. So when we look at this, it looks like this has it should have a gap, row gap of 34 pixels. It should be 20. Better. And then just confirm that's the same there. 20. Sweet. Wait, I'm not in the right spot. Uh, 18. I thought so. Okay. Good. And then I think we need something from my company here. Keep it small though. I love to do this little trick. I go like this. I go like this. I take all three of you. 1, 2, 3. No, 1. Wait a second, that didn't work. Try that again. Ding, ding, close it. Yep, ding, ding, close it. U. Control A, put you there. Take U and U. Make your width fill, which centers this. Let's make them. We can put it like as part of this thing, I guess. Could be even smaller. Yeah, I like it. I just think that's too much. But then I don't think this needs to be like 40, does it? No, I think it's just specifically this into that. And then this can be like 30 or something. And then I suppose I don't really want this gap, but specifically for this first part. So I could take this, bring it out, bring this down, bring this across. And then do that. And in fact, we could take this out now and put it there. Then make this fill the container. Hey, Fake Coffee. It's going okay. Ah, thanks, Atichi. This I'm going to call content. Company spacer header body. What? Went Australian for a second there. And then I gotta get this. This needs to be right. Yep, that's what I want. Sort of. It sort of doesn't quite know how to do the things sometimes that it's trying to do. Like, it knows how to, but it sort of just forgets. All right, so up and hook, let's space align. Like, what is this color? I didn't choose that color. Boom, boom. Hey, thanks for the sub, Peter Munoz. Welcome. Cool. Button purple. Cool. Wow, that was actually really easy. And we could probably get this to go like properly responsive if this scales down and the body, well, let's just leave it like this. I don't think it needs to be too smart. And then I just need to populate this with links and we're good. Sweet. There's probably a better way to do this. Maybe like something that looks kind of like You know, something like this. Did I miss something? Reach to Adam. Good one. Thanks. I think also this copy could be a little larger. It's better. Why is the width of this class set contact section? No. There you go. Cool. So yeah, maybe like something like this. Or is that a bit tacky? I can't tell. Could even sort of, I don't know. And then I put all the slides in these bits. This is called pitch thumbnail.png. Actually, kind of cool. I kind of like it. I don't even need to do that because I have them exported here. Oh, and they're all out of order. Amazing. That one goes there, and the rest of them I think are in order. So like, I think I can just go like, boom, boom. Oh, look at that. Boom, boom. I think I might have made a mistake by not having these be properly 16 by 9, but we're okay. Okay, I like it. Whoop. That ain't right. Well, we want it to be 16 by 9. So I think I just have to go to hero card. Boom. I do love it, but I wasn't that excited. That's okay. You can be excited if you want. Wait a second. Oh, now it's not right. Bro, what is the aspect ratio of this? What if I just don't give it an aspect ratio? I think that's probably better. There we go. And then it is rounded. Sweet. Okay. So now I just need... I want that to be clickable, that to be clickable. Oh. That and that. All the images and all the links should be clickable. But I haven't given it anything yet, so I'll just commit this and say adds pitch page. Boom. Now, if I commit that, that will literally go live, so I won't do that if I push it. Actually, no, it'll only happen if it goes to main. So I could commit it. I just can't merge it. Cool. All right, let's switch over to the YouTube carousel on my Up on Hill website and see if I can go to... I think it's what is this called? Adam Consulting CSS. I think I just called it like carousel, but where is that? There. So what I'm looking for is for this to work. That's so far so good, but the whole thing is supposed to know if I'm streaming right now, and it's supposed to add a thing if I'm streaming. So you started to develop a Metroidvania game and you need some advice about level design in Metroidvania's 2D. And I've seen some of your videos. To guide me, please. What is your question? Advice about level design? I actually have a video about level design coming up. I don't really know if I can give you any advice right now, unless it's an answer that I can give you in one sentence. But do you have like a specific question? So yeah, let's see if this actually knows what it's doing. If live embed this So this shows up if we are live. This is false. So then it's this, which I think I've got this, but let's just try something. And then live channel ID. If I pass that, I don't think this will work, but yeah. I don't really know how to test this. Network errors, maybe. Good question. Good thinking. One error. The fetch call endpoint swallows all errors silently with catch equals null. So if it fails for any reason, that will become null, nothing renders. Open the DevTools network tab and look for the request to that. I don't even know how to use this. I've never seen this before. Oh, there it is. It's 404. If the status is non-200, you should be resolving the live URL correctly. May not be resolving in case you need a different detection approach. I'm getting 404. You would replace the fetch JSON oembed call. This one here. Let's give it a go. Oh, you need to create an API key. Well, I'm not going to do that. Hey, Zenon. How's it going? Damn. There's no way. No, don't do that. Stop thinking. I don't really want to scrape the web. I just feel like there should be a way to check that. Wow. The internet's lame. Just send something back. You'll let me browse it, right? You'll let me go twitch.tv, da-da-da-da. Why not just like let me ask as a computer to see if it's live? I just want a little toggle. I just want a little boolean that says, yes, Adam is live right now. That's all I'm looking for. Lame. Okay. Well, then this is as close as we're going to get, I think. Is just the YouTube. Like YouTube will give you the OM beds. What about... Okay. What comes through the Twitch OM bed? Yeah, the problem is this is a static website, so I'm not storing any secrets or keys or anything through this. That's the thing. I'm hosting it through GitHub pages. So I'm just trying to get open access points to just check what are the most recent uploads on Adam's channel. Is Adam live right now? If so, throw up a thumbnail where you can click Twitch or YouTube. Just for my company website. We could do something way more heavy duty where we have a server and we're passing the, you know, API calls to and from Twitch and da-da-da-da. We could do that. But yeah. So Peter Munoz, you said, what are the metrics or exist some rules about level design and about platform in the Metroidvania games development? It's too big of a conversation. I don't think I could answer it over YouTube. I would say build your abilities first and build your levels around the things that your character can do and the things you want them to be able to do. Do you have an FAQ? I don't know what would that do? Hey, Vinga? Vinga? How's it going? I'm doing some testing on my website at the moment, seeing if I can load up my YouTube uploads in my website. No. Oh. I mean, that's a cool idea. Can it do that? Do that now. Oh, an FAQ about Metroidvania design? I'm lost now on what we're talking about. There's too many conversations. Wait a second. No. Let's restore checkpoint back to here, and then say, go for the RSS option. If we can somehow check the RSS feed and see if what gets returned is a live stream on the alternate channel, that would be hackers. That would be hackers. Dude, I don't like these heuristics. This sucks. These aren't good ideas. As I'm reading what it's suggesting. Yeah. Vinge, I got you. Too much hot air. Whereabouts are you located? Okay, I think this is not worth pursuing. I just needed to do what I had done already today, so I think we can switch over to game dev now. Make some actual stuff happen. Prompting the AI to make a YouTube carousel is not what I'm here for. All right. Fetch live entry function that pulls the RSS feed. Check to see if the most recent entry is enough. Fetches the embed data, returns the combined object with video ID included. Then in load feed. Hey, that's me. It actually it actually did it. That's crazy. Boing. Hey. and then. Sweet. There you go. We're live right now. And these are my most recent uploads. Cool. So how did it do it? Fetches the RSS feed for live channel ID via coursproxy.io, grabs the most recent entry, and then returns null if it was published more than 12 hours ago. If it's fresh, it calls an embed on the actual video ID, which works reliably. So like if I was live in the last 12 hours, it will say I am live right now. That's okay. I think that's fine. I'll keep that. Okay. And then we can push that and then let's just move on back to Insignia. Let's actually think about what we want to do. Actually, you know what? Is there really a reason not to do this myself right now? Just post this? Maybe because I don't want to dox myself. But even then is not a big deal. Let's... I'm kind of in this, like, I probably should finish what I start mindset at the moment. Why is this? Oh, I see. Okay. Let's go to Insignia pitch, index.html, and I'm just going to literally download PDF, aref equals https, up on hill.com/insignia pitch.pdf, I think is the actual URL. Boom. We're good. Okay. And then I also want the thumbnail. Is that what you do? You wrap the whole thing in a thing? I didn't like that. Well, it's because I don't want any of that. Sweet. And then in new, I want it in a new, nope. 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 How do you do it? Is it new window? Let's clear that. Right. How can I make this open in a new... Well, I mean, I did save it, did I not? That didn't open in a new one. Neither did that. No. Oh, hang on a sec. No, we're local. Oh, it does work. Okay. Okay, for some reason it just wasn't working in that moment. Sweet. Cool. And then this and this demo. So this one... will require builds. Sweet. Sweet. Yeah, nice. And then this goes to a videos page. This goes to a press kit page. Sorry, not all of this is for your consumption. Insignia video. Sorry, pals. Okay. And then just for my own sake, I need to know that this works. Hey there. Yeah. Okay, good, good, good. And then this works. Good. And then this. Make sure that works. Sweet. Okay. Well, this now works. I guess I should just push it. I'm on Windows. Yep. Go. I push it through GitHub pages. So there's a repo on GitHub where this is the entire repo. And then it builds it and serves it from there. So if I go now back over to this and I type on uponhill.com/insignia pitch / I probably don't even need to do that. Nope. It might take a bit. Yeah, give it a sec. I think it takes a bit. Like 10 minutes or something, maybe less. What's the site built in? No, it's straight HTML, CSS. I'm not using like Node or anything like that. Not even any like CSS preprocessors. I literally just like I'm building. The thing is, these days, like it's a static website. I'm building the design in Figma by hand. And then like, because this has literally this is an HTML layout. It's just in Figma's language. So you can connect the MCP to it straight to VS Code and then just one shot the entire website. So I'm basically using Figma as like a WYSIWYG editor. I make it exactly how I want it and then just go, now replicate this. And it goes, okay, done. Now, are these fonts the right size? They did look right. 32, 32, 48, 48. Yep. Yeah, and because these are all like literally one pagers, it's like, you know, it's not even, there you go. Now it's live. So. Yeah, there's a Figma sites thing, but apparently it just creates the most messy DOM you've ever seen. It's just this like really convoluted, like chunky thing. What's the build job? Yeah, I think it's literally just going, it's just GitHub scraping. It's GitHub going, oh, the repo has been updated. I guess I'll serve that now instead. I think it's literally just that. Yeah, I don't trust. I've seen some of if you inspect element on like one of the Figma sites, it's a big mess. Maybe it's better now, but like 2 months ago when they announced it, it was terrible. So I'll update the main site tonight, I guess. And I'll take a break now and we'll do some game dev. Abs says, Adam, when you started working on Insignia, did you already have the entire storyline for the core game laid out in your head /notes, or did it evolve as you worked on it over the years? In 2017, my brother and I sat down and we wrote the story. We just sat on the bed and we were like, I think it should be, what if, and we sort of just like sat down for like an hour and made it up. I kind of had something working in my mind, but over the years, the space between those beats has become wider and has been, laid in with more detail. So like, you can write a movie on an envelope, on the back of an envelope and be like, okay, that's the movie. But then it's like, okay, how do you have to write each scene now. And yeah, the rest of it. So it's been going from synopsis to a proper thing over time, broadly. Okay, so the next thing that I want to do is we're working on the game, but I'm taking a break. I'll see you guys in a bit. Okay. We're back. Pals, I'm tired. I'm tired, my pals. Another question. Can you make more videos about level design or make a course about it? Maybe. I'm trying to learn myself, actually. Why not rest? I'm just not good at it. I'm not good at resting. I sort of if I don't sleep enough, I just have to survive until the next night. And then I can sleep that night. Maybe. If I'm lucky. Oh. Try a brick. What? All right. So, we're in... Where are we? Let's have a look. What mode are we in right now? Mm-hmm. 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 I guess there's scene map stuff we could be doing. Let's switch the stream title to... What do you want to see? Insignia or scene map? I think... Where is scene map at? I don't think I can do anything on scene map right now. Other than... Pixels Murphy's like, I want scene map. I don't think there's anything I can do on it right now. I think I need to get in touch with Elzak and catch the next. Yeah, and that was 3 days ago. I could check to see if he's done any work since then, but I don't think he has. I'll just check. So this is scene graph, previously called scene graph, now called scene map. He has not done anything since 3 days ago. So there's nothing I can do on it right now. At least nothing easy, because I need this feature to be finished. And I need a bit more support on this feature before I can wrap it up. So we're still just got to wrap up these last two things and then we're good. Okay. So instead we're working on Insignia. Working on my game Insignia. Get out of here. There you go. Okay, so we're back. Hello, Insignia. It's been a while. This stuff's all whatever. I don't even really know what any of this is. I guess I just opened up a bunch of scenes, but it looks like I did something. So I'm just going to say edits, levels. Sure. Okay. Now. Oh boy. I haven't really been in this headspace for a long time where I'm just like, let's do some work on the game. There were a couple of things I was working on. We were working on a feature to drop down through sets of stairs, I think. Multiple sets of stairs. It was this. This was what I was working on last. On the game itself. And I can't remember if I had a specific branch for this. Let's have a quick look. Animation, charge attack, CRT, development, Insign, EP, charges, input resets, presets, input refactor, keyboard refactor, L1 guard, master music, negative edge combat, sound design, target. So nothing, which means we can do whatever we want. I could have sworn, oh, that's right. I did. I had a file in here. Oh, and we sort of already built something that did this. We kind of solved the problem, did we? Using, well, that didn't solve it. But we did, I feel like we sort of solved this already. Or did we, what was the consensus? I can't remember. Was it that the platform effector wasn't a good solution? Or that it was a good solution? I'm a little bit lost. We built like a big shape out. There was something about it. Oh, it was something like ignore physics. There was like an ignore physics between two colliders or something like that we could do. Physics 2D dot ignore collisions. There we are. So ignore collision, I don't know when this first was introduced, but if I type in, love this track. Dun, 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 dun. So if I just go like, oh, look at that. Get ignore collision. Oh, so I'm already solving for this. Where is the thing that I built to do this? Hang on a second. Updates self-awareness and target awareness in preparation for deeper environment interactions for enemies and player. That's what the commit is. Whew, I'm glad I found that. Multiple Z layers of collision, enemies fighting enemies. So where's that other script that I wrote? Cloud shader, self-target, Hunden, sandbox, snapshot, nothing. Okay, so the script that would need to happen would be that I add physics.getIgnoreCollision to two objects that I want the player to be able to like not interact with. Oh, I think I deleted it. I think that's why. I was clicking a button to make it happen. Okay, all right. So then now it's just time to make a strategy that we think will work for this. Okay, I think I'm where I left off mentally. I've traced the stack. There is music. Oh, it's really quiet right now. Now you should be able to hear it. Sorry, I put it down because I was recording something last night. How's that? Let's listen to it again. Okay. So the strategy is something like we set up a bunch of layers. In fact, let's just do it. Let's build a level where we can test this and then we can die happy. This is the level. So I'll just put it off to the side as a starting thing. So let's create a new 2D object. closed sprite shape is fine. And then it's something like that. And then you take this and then you flip it around and you send both of them to the middle ground one, but you send this guy a little bit further back. Then you make him a little bit darker. Then you do the same thing and then you make it -2. And you go a little bit darker. Okay. Oh, I was almost there. So we don't have any colliders on these, which means they're not going to work. Let's put colliders on all 3 of them. Cool. And make it ground colliders. Okay, now it's ground that we can walk on. So maybe we swap them for edge colliders. I can't really tell. Maybe polygon is fine. So I think we agreed that there would need to be some sort of a point in space where once you cross above that point, the behavior is different. Like it's checking where to go as you cross through the threshold. So if I wanted to go down this, I would need to hold forward and down to go down that. And that would disable this for me only. So let's call it like platform controller or something like that. Not a great name, but it's something. And I guess my understanding is something like this. Here's the logic. This should enable if I'm above it, and it should disable if I'm holding down or I'm below it. That's it. And so there needs to be some sort of an anchor point to check that. So like a trigger, maybe. The way I've done it in the past is I've had like triggers here and here. Like if I go to my stairs, These ones. Or even, let's just save that for now. We'll come back to it in a second. So that's the stairs logic. And it has just one check, but I don't think it's only one check. Okay. All right. So this trigger can go here. You can just push it over there. Okay. And then the idea is that if the trigger contains us and it's off, turn it on. I guess we can start doing that logic there. So let's start thinking about it. So public bool is inside trigger. Hey, thanks for the follow. Public box collider 2D trigger collider. And then public for now, I mean, I think I would want this to be the player character, but it actually could be any player character. So right now I've only got one player character, but I could have multiple. For now, it gets complicated. In my mind, there's like there could be a player 2. I don't want to assume that there's going to be a player 2, but there definitely could be. I don't see why I couldn't have one and do some multiplayer stuff. So if I'm thinking about having this maybe work that way, then it would be better to have multiple characters. But for now, I think let's just do it for one. Hey, Bejan, welcome. Bejan, Bexen? I don't know how to pronounce your name. So it's player.self-awareness.nav collider bounds. Body rect. Is this only a point? I think I want this contains. How does this work? Player detector checks to see if we contain target. Contains target equals any overlap points with any of the corners. Yeah, literally that. So I guess this now can have a player detector. And then rather than a platform controller that takes a trigger collider, you say player detector. Okay, so well, that's nice. Let's check it in 8.4. Huh. How did you do that? Oh, you literally scrape it. At most once per minute per channel. It's true. Amazing. Thank you. Okay. So is inside trigger is below trigger. So this, I don't think this knows. We have a collider, but I don't know if we can say that we're below the collider or above the collider. So that's the trigger. That's the player detector. What hasn't been... The variable ground above of platform has not been assigned. What the heck is this? There is no platform. What? Oh, I left the stairs in the scene. Get out of here. Okay. Are we below? False. True. False. True. Good. Hey Lathe, how's it going? I'm doing okay. I mean, if we're just wanting to be lazy here, we could just do this. See what happens. It cannot be null. Did I not drag in the platform collider? Or maybe I didn't do it on... No, there's only one script here. So it's this one. You, go. Okay. Okay, let's do a little... I did hear about that. Oh, Xenon, that's really nice. Yeah, I know he's releasing soon. What kind of games do you want to make? So we should be ignoring this if we are above the trigger line. Full stop. Let's just say that. Be enabled if we're above the line. Great. Nope. I'm so confused. Is this... It's not a trigger. It's just a collider. So we should not be... I guess the difference here is that this is... Well, no, that's above there. So that's perfect. That's exactly what it should be. I mean, what happens if we move the trigger down further? I see. Hang on. Is above trigger line, is the player detector bounds min y greater than this? Okay. That was our issue. So this line needs to go above that. Hey, there we go. So, and then we can add this and not holding down. So here we are. Now if I press down, okay, I am holding down. Let's see what happens if I click this. If I press down, I am holding down, but I'm not above. That's interesting. Why am I not above now? I think I am above. Is above trigger line, player detector. Oh, no, this does have to be less than. It's this is greater than this. So it's like we are above, player is inside. I'm not sure why. Oh, I think it's that because it's the inverse, right? Okay, and then we press down. Hey, there we go. Whew. Okay. So it's because the function that we're checking is for ignoring. So you have to turn it off. You have to check the null case for that. Okay. So if I go down here, I'm not above, which means it should just be off all the time. Ignore collision. True, we are ignoring collisions. False, we are no longer ignoring collisions. Okay, why is that? I don't think it's ignoring collisions because I feel like we are... I feel like as soon as I try to walk forwards, I get pushed down. We'll have to solve that in a second. If I had the facilities for it, a Souls-like. I'm starting on small, cozy games till I have a bit more experience. That's a great strategy. Picking something small is great. So we want to check the contacts of the player now to see if they are actually like interacting with the thing. We've got one rigid body. The contacts are... Okay. Just this one. And does that change if I walk up? Three contacts. Two different closed shapes. Closed shape one twice. Polygon collider, is that a 2? Closed shape 1, polygon collider 2. No, just closed shape 1 twice. Oh no, two closed shapes. Closed shape and closed shape 1. So he actually is connecting with it. Which is this one and this one. Yeah, so he's definitely connecting with it. So then what's going on? Why is it... It's saying, true, we are ignoring collisions. But it's not actually ignoring collisions. It's actually colliding. Well, right now it's only saying that it's touching 1. Oh, I don't know what's happening right now. Let's go back to the platform controller, and instead of logging this, let's log this. Oh. Let's change this also to, and then just leave that like that. We should ignore if we are not above the trigger line or we are holding down. We go again. So, true, we should ignore. But then why doesn't it feel like I'm ignoring it? Why does it feel like it's influencing everything I'm doing? If I turn it off, we're fine. If I turn it on, jumping's kind of okay, but then like moving, my head just gets stuck on it. As soon as I try to do anything, it's like, what? I can't tell if it's my, actually it could be snap to ground. Let's take these away. No. Ah, we have a physics box. Okay. Well, that's really annoying. Yeah, I don't need these. That's why. Because Armin's only got the one physics collider. But a lot of his old things, like his fall, have their own baked-in physics. You know, like this. I don't think I use this, but it's there. I mean, that's not right though. Like that can't be right. Oh, because I'm no longer aligning to the ground. Okay, so that works. This does not work, but probably because skid. Yeah. Idle? I don't like that. It's because we're doing a raycast here to anything that's on the ground. And so we can't do that. Because we need to know if we're ignoring it. So the logic here is that I'm already ignoring certain colliders, but physics2d.raycast does not have a character when you do a raycast. It's just a general raycast from a point to another point to see if there's a collider there. But what I want to say is, does the collider include, is the collider, if I was raycasting from the player, I obviously wouldn't want to collide with things that are being ignored right now. Raycast non-alloc, and then filter, and then skip. That's annoying, man. I almost feel like I want to extend physics2d.raycast with the collider against which I want to ignore results for. So like, it's just called raycast. So it's position, direction, length, mask. That's right. Just like that. Dude, my sinus is giving me so much pressure right now. I've got such a headache. Okay, so here, instead of raycast, we do this, and then we just do nav collider. But how do I extend physics 2D to do this? Hey, McChocket. That can't be right. Wait, one more question. Lowercase c. Hey, Voltbit, how's it going? How long does it take to learn C# for Unity with no prior experience? I mean, you'll be at different levels as you learn. There's no like point where you go, and now I know it. Like I'm learning right now. I've been doing this for like 15 years. You can't truly extend physics2d.raycast itself. It's a static class. Extension methods only work on instance receivers. So this syntax is not possible. Oh, that sucks. Okay, well, I guess I'll just put this where I want it then. It's probably going to be useful to put anywhere, but I'll put it here for now. I just need to remove that. I don't know if I'm, yeah. Hey, auxiliary. Cool, that'll work. It's actually crazy that Unity doesn't provide any kind of interface for that, any kind of way of doing it. Oh, still no good. That's not how this works. What's wrong with that? Oh, it's not static anymore. Actually, it does work. Still no good, man. It's not really about better. It's just about engines and support. The languages themselves are fine. You can use any language to do pretty much anything. Oh, hello. Nope. I mean, preference, the thing is, it's not really something that you can have a preference for. Like, unless you're writing your own engine, you're not picking the engine, you're not picking the language. The engine picks the language and you learn the engine and the language with it. So like, if you're writing an engine from scratch, yeah, you could pick a language. Pick a language. And C#, I think, is considered less powerful than C++. Yeah, C++ is more common because you have more control over memory. In C#, it's kind of more of a... We have this concept of like low level versus high level languages. Low level means you have more access to exactly what the language is doing at the root level, down to like the binary. That would be the lowest level, right? And then like assembly and whatever. High level languages do more stuff under the hood for you when you're trying to write logic. So C# is higher level. Not that it doesn't have like low level access, but that it has this thing called a garbage collector. A garbage collector means that when I declare like an array inside of a function, that array, when the function ends, doesn't just sit in memory. The garbage collector, which is a component of the language, goes, oh, we won't need this after we're done with this function, so I'll put this on like in a special space where I'll remove it. I'll delete it if we don't call it again. And every so often, while the game is running, the garbage collector will just clean out memory that we declared and we didn't like undeclare, right? We didn't dispose of. It disposes of it for us. That feature is super handy. Like, it's there in C#, you use it. It's there in Java, a bunch of languages. But well, the problem is you can't really control, when the garbage collector is going to do that collection. And so if you're wasting a lot of memory, your game will hitch every so often as the garbage collector goes, hey, I got to clear all this memory. We're running out of memory, right? So it will maybe take like, a split second to do that, but that you might see in your game. So having in C++, you have to do the memory management yourself. So you have to say, I'm creating this array, I'm disposing this array. It's more work, but it's more control. It's broadly, that's the relationship between the two. So if you're writing your own engine, you probably want to have more control, which means C++ is probably the better option. But if you're using somebody else's engine, they've already done a lot of that work for you, then you use whatever language they tell you to use. The distinction here is really, you won't know, unless you've been doing this for a long time, you won't really be touching the distinctions between those languages. You won't, if you're making your first game or your second game, there is no language choice option because you don't know that you need C++. So, being able to take advantage of those language features at a level where you would tell the difference, and the difference would be something like, if I was to say, I'm making a game that can only be made in C++ or Rust, right? If I could make that claim confidently, think about what kind of game that would be. If you can't even imagine what kind of game that would be, where you could say this could only be made in this language, then the language conversation is not relevant. You can just pick whatever. You can just do whatever, pick whatever, it'll be fine. Because you don't even know why you would use the language. So the reality is, most of us with modern hardware, we're not going to touch those distinctions. We're not getting into the deep reaches. Even Jonathan Blow, who writes his own language, Jai, so that he can make his game in it, that game could definitely be made not in Jai. It's like you could pretty much do anything and anything. You'd have to really understand the hardware and the language and what it's doing with the hardware to do something that could only be done in that kind of game. And particularly if you're a beginner, you shouldn't probably be making the kind of game that requires that much control anyway. That's the other thing. Like, I'm not, maybe even in my lifetime, gonna make a game that needs a specialty language. It's just not even close to being something that I'm qualified to do or even interested in. Man, it's so good here. Everything's fine. We can drop down, but then moving across just sucks. Man, this is really annoying. Ah, that's why. Hey, we got there. Oh, yay. Oh, amazing. Woohoo! I just inverted the if statement. Oh, wow, fantastic. Now I can do this an arbitrary amount of times. Fantastic. There's something not quite right about jumping that I'm not happy with. He kind of bottoms out a little earlier. And then there's this problem of being sort of near the ground and then it sort of doesn't quite work. That, I don't know what that is. That's fine. That's fine. That's not fine. Maybe because there's ground directly below us? No. Well, other than that, and that obviously. Oh, you know what? It might be that once it's, if we're considered grounded and we can do something where we don't get dropped off of it, like if the ground collider that he has doesn't get reset, then it stays, which means he won't be colliding with it, but he'll be falling through it, but still considered grounded. Maybe? So if I go to self-awareness, which is in his sensor behaviors, no, he's considered none. So what is that? Maybe if I'm crouching, I'm not actually checking if I'm exit. Player ground control. So are we almost grounded? Okay, he's considered grounded the whole time, basically. So this is almost grounded. one of these two things is going wrong. If we go to player ground control, it's this search that we're looking for. So, because we're looking at a physics.overlap area all, not a and yes. Nice. Sweet. I still don't know why he's jumping early. We're going to solve that next. I think this is on ceiling is an important one. Yeah. That's it. That'll be it right there. Yep. Done. Sweet. Wow. This just changed my life. Got to solve that. Thanks, Sajad. Okay, I'll have to solve how to do that. Oh, maybe like end contains is inside trigger. So we can't drop here. We can drop here. That's great, dude. That's so good. Okay. So now I can take this. Let's get rid of this one. Let's take this, copy, paste, flip this back around, put this over here, and then make this one go to middle ground 2, and then darken it a little bit more, and then see if that works. So we go up, we go up. Oh, baby. Oh, dude, I haven't been able to do this in my game ever. This has never been a feature of Insignia. The fact that I can do this Oh, it just makes it makes me so happy. Sweet. So now the goal is to have platforms that you can jump onto that are like sort of in the middle of these, like in between these. I think it might be really straightforward. I might just be able to take this, copy it, paste it, take the sprite shape, and then just go, well, I don't need that, and I don't need that, and I just put this here. And that's literally it. And then so good. Oh, that was a little weird. Oh, the crouch, the hard landing might this guy. Sweet. Dude, that is amazing. I can do so much more level design now because I can have fights that take place kind of like across platforms like this. It's been really hard to do that in my game up until now. I only had one layer of collision. Sweet. So the enemies, the great thing here is that the enemies don't have to worry about any of this. What platform mechanics improved? Well, previously, I was using to do fall through platforms, like in the first scene. This was I'll show you the constraint. I was using 2 layers to do this, right? Hello. What the heck? What? You know what? This might be a race condition here. It's crazy that it just fails and then the game, you just can't use the game at all. Maybe I could put this here. Nope. No, it won't let me do it. Damn. So the problem I'm having right now is that this right here is only going to work if this function runs correctly. And this can't be null. So I have to say like if I guess I could just do literally that. Okay, that works for now. Okay, so in chapter 1, I've got this staircase, right? And the staircase it's pretty cool. Like if you start going down the stairs, you go behind the front banister, and then as you go down the stairs, you're between them, and then as you exit the stairs, you go in front again. So it literally knows exactly where you are as you go. And that's really cool. The problem is, to do that, I'm actually taking this staircase and I'm placing it on different layers as you move. So you can see here it's called one-way ground. If you look right here, that says one-way ground. As I jump on it, now it's ground. So it's turning itself, it's placing itself on a specific layer that we don't interact with when we are underneath it. The problem with that is that enemies can't be involved in that equation, because if the enemies are on the stairs and I jump off the stairs get disabled and now the enemies can't be on them, right? So, and especially if there are multiple colliders, multiple platforms. If I wanted like 3 layers stacked forward, it's like which enemies can be on what platform. If it's all layer based, I can't have some enemies be, the example is this one. Hey Pixel, thanks so much for the sub. So if I have like this set of stairs and I want this enemy to be standing, you know, let's say I got another one down here. If I want this enemy to be able to walk up and down these stairs like that, I can't have this be on like the one-way ground layer and this be on the ground layer, because what about an enemy who wants to be on this one? Right? Like it doesn't work if everyone's sharing the same layer space. Because otherwise, if this is collidable, then this guy's going to bump his head on this part. So I didn't know until like last week that there was a function called ignore collision that the game engine can kind of just keep as pairs. Oh, pardon me. Yeah, but it's not bit layer. Like that, what I'm saying is that that's what this is, right? We already have that, and I have the layers there, but it doesn't work if you have multiple things that may or may not be able to collide with multiple different colliders. You run out of layers too quickly. So I was okay with just letting that be the case until you're not turning off the mask. No, I am. I'm assigning the staircase to a different mask. That's what I'm literally doing. To a different bitwise operation on the mask. So we've solved it now. The solution was, instead of using the layer mask, use the ignore collision system. So I will say specifically, hey, player character cannot interact with the stairs, but like this enemy can, that enemy can, but the player character can't. That's the only way out of this, to do what I am just showing you guys here. Right? Like this guy can still be on this, but I can drop down. No, it's not turning off the mask. It's not turning off the mask because it's on a per collider basis. Do you know what I mean? It's not on a player layer versus collision layer. It's the player specifically. Like the actual, in Godot's case, the node. The player node cannot interact with this object. I'm not saying, I'm not doing anything to do with, this is the collision mask, right? What you're saying is, hey, just turn off this collision between these two things based on the mask. Uncheck one of these boxes. I'm not doing that because doing that runs into the problem that I just described. That's the point. That's why I'm talking about it right now. Because I want some characters to be able to stay on some colliders, but other characters to not be on other colliders. Unless Godot has a different layer system to Unity, which I think it might. I actually don't know to what extent it doesn't or does. Oh, that's no good. I literally cannot support now physics colliders. But that's player no collide. Why do I need that? Let's go find out. Oh, it doesn't collide with enemies? Sure. Now we have to check an array, a list of colliders against a list of other colliders, which is even more annoying. Yeah. So Robo East, if you can follow what I'm saying, sorry, I'm getting heated. I'm saying that I was already doing exactly, for the last 8 years, I was doing exactly what you were doing. But the point is, you run out of layers eventually because games need things for different reasons. My game also has combat. Combat has collision too. So there's a ton of, you run out of 32 eventually. So I needed something that could support an arbitrary number of collision, interactions, which is why I'm doing it the way I'm doing it. Okay. So now the problem is I'm only passing one collider in as the nav collider, but instead I need to check like every, this is crappy. I need to check every possible physics collider that the player could have, because the player has multiple kinds of physics colliders depending on what they're doing. This one here in particular goes through enemies, although I don't think I've got enemy collision anyway. So what's the problem here? What does this do? Player no collide, player no enemy. What is the purpose of that layer? Maybe I can delete it. Player no enemy. Okay, that makes no sense. That makes no sense. It collides with default torrent water, which doesn't matter. Triggers, doesn't matter. Wall, ground, particle item. What's the difference between player and player no enemy? There's player. You would think it would be not enemies, but it already doesn't collide with enemies that way. So, I mean, there's no such thing as enemies anymore anyway. So maybe I can just delete this. Physics-wise, I don't have it. I used to have like, yeah, that's an issue. Why does that happen though? That is the ground. So why doesn't he just move into the ground? Is he airborne? I don't know. Why would I do that? There we go. That's what I want anyway, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, nice. No, it's not about from which direction. It's literally about the stacks. Like, it's doing what I want it to do right now. It's perfect. I don't think I could ask for a better solution. So what I will do, I think, is because I don't have any way for enemies to make decisions about where they're trying to go. Like, I don't have any interest yet in having enemies say, let's say the player character runs up like that. If this enemy goes, hey, I don't think this enemy is going to be able to like run this way. Like, if you've run up the stairs this way, the enemy's not going to be able to go like this, turn around, and then choose to go up the stairs. I could make it do that, but I don't think that's my goal. I think my goal is to select colliders that I want the enemy to stand on, and the enemy will stay on those colliders until forever. That's just where they live. Hey, Lameless. What's up? So I think right now this does everything that I want it to do, which is amazing. That's great. So I'm going to take this whole contraption and just put it like under the level because I'm going to use it here eventually. And then I'm going to turn on the layer collider. Yeah, I just solved it. There wasn't one until there was. I solved it as of like last week pretty much, but I just implemented it. So this is what I had to do before. I just had to sort of like do these S bends, which are kind of crappy. But yeah. Yo, Lameless, let me show you some stuff. So this is my game. This is Insignia. It's a project that I've been working on since 2017. It is an action adventure game with pixel art graphics. And you play as this guy, Armin. He's the son of a blacksmith, and his father went missing like a year ago. So it's now his responsibility to sort of like take up the mantle and become the blacksmith. But he doesn't want to do that. He's not into it. So he's kind of dragging his feet on this first day. And you do learn blacksmithing. It's got crafting in it, but it's also action adventure, lots of combat, lots of kind of almost Souls-like gameplay, but a little bit of sort of Devil May Cry, Kingdom Heartsy stuff in there as well. Yes, you need reluctance for the hero's journey, exactly. So, yeah, that's kind of like some stuff, and then like I can show you, you know, a little bit of like combat stuff. So the combat system is kind of interesting. It's not just spam the attack button. There is a kind of swashbuckling system here where you can kind of parry enemies directionally. And the way to do that is to essentially like invert enemy attacks. So if they attack down, you attack up. Hey, Rotuam. Oh, thank you so much. Let's just... hang on. Oh my gosh. We got beat. It is a hero's journey. Yeah. For sure. I'm being stupid. All right. So, yeah. Oh, geez. I'm gonna get killed by this bee. Yep. 9 years so far. It's a very big game. Just to put some perspective on it. This is the world map so far. This part takes 2.5 hours of gameplay. Just this. On like a casual playthrough. I'm not even finished yet. And then like this is like another one. And then like all of this too. All this. And then like there's backtracking and you're gonna do all this and the rest of it. Is this considered a platformer? I would say like Metroidvania action adventure platforming. That's kind of how I think about it. Let's fight this guy. It's my favorite fight. Oof. Hoping more than 15, like 16 hours, I think. To 20, 15, 20. So, what we're doing right now is I wanted to solve this and I wanted to be working on set pieces. So, no worries, Lameless. Yeah, we've been doing it in rounds. So there have been many people who have played the playtest, but I do it in waves. So it's like I've been working on this solo since 2017. In 2024, I got a team, but I can only afford to pay them when I have funding. So we've had like about a year of funding that we spent in the last year. And then this year I've been pretty much solo again. So until I get publisher funding, it's just me. And the project needs a team of like 10 to finish it. Like the amount of polish that needs to be done across the game is, you know, it's pretty big. This is kind of like the equivalent of 16-bit Mina the Hollower, but I'm making it by myself. So, you know, that game had like 10 people on it. So at least. So you can imagine if you up the graphical fidelity, how much extra work that would be. Okay, it's almost 6. Oh my gosh. I got to commit what I just worked on so that I don't forget. Updates, Armin, abilities, updates, platforming solution to support multiple depth layers. Hey, Anubis Kappa. So back to where we were before. This is what I want, and my goal is to be able to design set pieces for combat. That was the whole point of this. So I wanted to do like moments like this, bit of a Dark Souls, you know, enemy kicks the flaming barrel down the stairs. This GitHub client is called Fork, F-O-R-K, and we don't really do free internships because legally it's kind of messy. So yeah, guy kicks the barrel down the stairs, it goes bounces across here, goes does the Mario Brothers thing. And we wouldn't even have been able to do that prior to last week or literally today, because the player wouldn't have been able to go across these stairs, up them, across these stairs and up them. So I think this was really important because without this, does it handle the case where you only go up a set of stairs if you're holding up? Not yet. I got to keep going. Git handles my assets because they're pixel art. So they're so small that it doesn't cost anything to do. All right, maybe we should think about that though, McChoquette. That's a really good point. So if we want to do essentially like place this here and we want to be able to run past it, we have to solve that now. So let's go do it. So right now that's going to take us up no matter what. And I think what is the logic here? I think we have to have an option for like auto on and then just toggle that. For the stairs, I made it so that you had to press up. It could be foreground wins, but like, how do you know whether you're on the foreground or not? What's been the most difficult time-consuming single thing you've done? Oh, you've had to solve since you started. The hardest thing to solve in this game? I think the hardest problem that I had to solve was a design problem. And it was to do with the identity of the game. The game, honestly, this is something that I think every action game has to solve. And I have picked a very specific kind of experience that is not compatible with a lot of other 2D side-scrolling games. So solving how to make the game fun with my constraints was the hardest thing. I'll explain. I'll try to be really brief, and I won't bother with visuals. I'll just describe it. So like, if you think about, say, Metroid, just Metroid. In a game like Metroid, you have a gun, and the gun can like auto-target onto enemies or whatever. It's 2D. Samus can move the way that they want her to move as a platforming character, and the combat can be very straightforward. Because you have ranged damage, the enemies can have contact damage with you. So if you touch an enemy, that's them hurting you. Otherwise, you can shoot them. So that's like within that model of the game's combat is ranged, therefore we don't have to worry about hitboxes and like melee stuff. At that point, just not getting hit is the only thing that you need to do to balance out how the player can navigate through the world. So if there's an enemy that's really, really big, you can put them in the way of a platform or something, and then it's like, well, you have to shoot them before you can jump on the platform. You can create these puzzle constraints because the player isn't allowed to occupy the same physical space as the enemy. Because if you touch them, you get hurt. So Metroid-style games, it works. Castlevania-style games, it can work as long as the player character versus their hitbox is tuned in such a way that, like in Hollow Knight, the player character is quite small and moves a lot, and the hitbox is quite big. The player's hitbox, so being able to hit other things, the sword box basically, is quite big. So, and in that game you also have contact damage. So anytime you have contact damage, and platforming, if you have melee combat, sorry, let me describe that again. Anytime you have high agency platforming and enemies, you need to choose whether or not you're doing contact damage and how that balances out the platforming sort of challenge, right? Like the survivability thing. So in both Hollow Knight and Metroid, and even Castlevania, the combat tension is just in not getting hit and maneuvering around the enemies. Insignia doesn't have contact damage. So you can walk straight past enemies and you don't get hurt. In that sense, it's actually closer to something like Dark Souls. Although Dark Souls also has collision with enemies, contact collision. So you actually can get boxed in by enemies in Dark Souls. You can't in Insignia. You used to be able to, but I took it away because it's just not... In Dark Souls, you've got 2 dimensions you can walk around in. So you can circle around an enemy. If they box you in on one axis, you can just walk around them to the other. And it feels so crappy when you get boxed in on both sides. With Insignia, I didn't want to do that, but I didn't want contact damage. So how to make enemies both necessary to fight and challenging in a way that you can't just be rewarded by dashing past them. That was the biggest challenge. It's like, how do you still make this relevant in this scenario? Because you can the goal was to make it grounded. I didn't want you to be able to jump half the screen high, and I didn't want you. So the parkouring is like quite. It's like lower. It's like lower. It's what's the word? Less capable at the beginning because you got all these special abilities you unlock. So keeping the fighting lower, but not making it just a button masher, that was where all the challenge was. It's like, how do I still make this interesting and engaging and give you a reason to fight the enemies and have the game feel the way I want it to feel? I still don't know if I've painted myself into like a weird corner where I'm doing like specific things very in a way that works and other things that I just don't need to be making it so hard for myself. Like maybe the game would be just more fun if you could just be more mobile. And I think the biggest task with this kind of game is how do you convince the player that you're doing this on purpose? Because I think a lot of players, specifically people who don't play a lot of like slower games, they'll just pick up the controller and they'll go, right? It's like, I just want to... And then when the character takes a long time for the weapon to come out, like if you look at it, it's like click, click, swing, click, swing. You can hear the difference, like that gap is on purpose. A lot of people are like, I just prefer it if it comes out straight away. I just prefer the game to be faster. Faster is actually way easier to develop. It's easier for me to press a button and just put a hitbox on the screen. It's harder to say, push the button, wait a little bit, play this animation on this animation frame throughout the hitbox. So it's one of those things where if you're not doing the give the player the feedback that they want immediately, you have to make the player convinced that you did it for a reason, which is actually harder. So making the combat tight and fun and the flavor that I want has been the hard part. So, auto on. Bool on equals auto on or they're pressing up and we're not on it. This is going to not work. I need to do a little bit more. This might be difficult. Because there's a distinction now between like, right now I'm saying, if I turn auto on, what? It's that. What? How can that be? Auto on. Oh. Wait, should ignore and not on. What? No, it's not an angle thing. It's not. There's no need to do angling. It's not a constraint. It's not relevant. I'm using up and down to versus above and below to do that. Anyway, sorry, I'm a little tired today. Drop condition and what am I trying to say here? Not above trigger line. Why am I asking you for inside trigger? What about that? How's that? Wait a second. Am I even touching the right shape here? Okay. Should ignore. Dropping is false. On is false. Above, true. Result, false. But it's only if this and auto on. So actually above goes away. There we go. The problem is now, though, that I need a Boolean per thing. Because I can't track like when I need a Boolean to say whether you're on or off, because the up and down buttons shouldn't have to be held the whole time you're on it. I shouldn't have to hold up to stay on it or hold down to get off it. It should be when I'm in the trigger box and I'm holding up as I approach it. It's just that moment. From here, I shouldn't have to press anything. It's just in the decision point between, which thing am I on right now? So I think what I could do here is have it be that we could make it a heuristic that a thing can only be on one platform at a time. You can only be on one thing. So the thing that you're on can belong to the player. The player can have a preferred ground. And in fact, I actually do have a thing called self-awareness, and we have ground collider, ground. The only issue is that this this ground collider is kind of not quite right. So we can say like, hey, you're on this collider. Like right now I could say this is a collider. If our ground is this collider, then be listening for the inputs. If it's not, don't listen, or whatever. If you're not on, listen for the on. If you're on, listen for the off only. I can do that. However, is it one collider only, or is it a whole like fake layer of colliders? Should it be like, should I create my own integer-based collision layer system so that this whole slope can have like 7 colliders on it and they're all considered banned for the player? I don't know. It doesn't seem like it makes a huge difference. I guess the idea would be that, pardon me, the idea would be that you would have, it's per script, right? The script is one collider. So it just depends on what we want to do. And at minimum, for this solution to work, particularly for stairs, we need at least an entry box for the base of the thing. At least. That's not really the same as just a regular one-way platform, though. I think for the regular one-way platforms, we just use the one-way, we just use the platform collider. Hey, Scumbagandi. Welcome. Focus mode. All right. We'll do it. All right. Sorry, chat. Scum says, quiet. Thanks for the follow. So the next thing we want to do is, I guess, contain some sort of check. Exactly. Hello.
Okay, I'm just gonna go to the shops and buy some dinner.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah.
My friend.
Wait, one sec. Cool. If we are, and so now we split this. Let's try that. I see. This is being assigned all the time. Ah. It's actually, if we're on and we should ignore, is actually whether or not we're pressing down and jump. There we go. Yeah, this is exactly the same problem that I was trying to solve ages ago. Cool. All right, we're back. Adam, just curious, why did you start the second channel to stream on instead of the main? A lot of existing viewers of the main channel, I don't think were interested in seeing the stream every day on their feed. So I was getting a lot of people unsubscribe, and I didn't want them to have to choose between my tutorials and my live streams. So second channel. Pixel Fireplace. I'm going to answer that anyway. Why can't I use a super thin down-only directional collider on the top edge of these slopes rather than make the whole slope collide or ignore? I'm confused and wondering what I'm missing about the behavior he wants. I'm confused about what that would solve, or why would we do that? Super thin down-only directional collider on the top edge of these slopes. I mean, either way, you still have to deal with what happens when the character's head runs into it from the other side. From here, running that way. It doesn't really matter about, like, I don't have a problem that would be solved by that right now. Like, that could be a general purpose approach to doing one-way slopes, but like it's not a feature of this problem that I'm having right now. I guess the probably the next question is, what is the problem? Well, it's mostly about I've talked about it enough times, but I have like I just want to check this. Sorry. Okay, it's not auto on. Good. What I'm dealing with is I want to have lots of slopes, and I don't want them to be... Oh. Hello? I don't know what just happened. Oh, he might have a collider on his idle? Yeah, it is there, but where is it? What is it called? Is it lean? One sec. Pivot. It's called pivot. What? Prop? Yeah. You gotta go. Okay. So hey, Dylan plays. Yeah, so the logic here has to do with downstream of treating a whole slip as a collidable thing that you want to not collide sometimes, but a super thin top edge means most of the slope is not. Where's that sit? You can go. You can go. Cool. If treating the whole slope as a collidable thing, you want to not collide with sometimes, but a super thin top edge means most of the slope is not collidable ever anyway. Yeah, my concern is not about making it not collidable. My concern is making it selectively collidable. So I'm not trying to solve the problem of how do I stop myself from colliding with this wall even though it's behind me. That's not the problem. What I'm trying to solve is how do I get onto this slope? How do I choose to be on this slope or not on this slope, while still letting like enemies be on the slope or selective enemies be on the slope? How do I make it so that if I have like two players, one player is on and one player is off? That's what I was trying to solve today. Not how do I stop myself from running into this right now? It's very easy to do that, but I'm trying to have essentially multiple collision layers. Why does his, well, because he's technically the the shadow is not ignoring the slope that's behind him right now. The shadow is like up here. So we can fix that. Definitely still confused. Okay. Well, I'm sorry about that. Okay. Were you here for this conversation? So you got your player character, right? You want the player character to be able to go up this. Okay. And I guess what you would say is, in order to make this something that I can run past and then run up, you would have this be on like a layer or something that gets toggled off or on. You wouldn't want to toggle the entire collider, right? You'd only want to toggle its ability to interact with the player character. Because if there's like an enemy standing on this, when you say directionally collidable, you're saying, okay, only collides with things going down. But what if like the collider, hang on a second, let me see if I can solve this too. Only collides with things going down. I understand what you're saying, like physically, if everything treats it. Okay, here's an example then of why that doesn't work. If I have an enemy that I want to be able to walk, I mean, even straight away, this problem doesn't work. Hey, Chartle. Yes, we are using it. That's what we're doing. I don't have a problem. I'm just explaining to Pixel Fireplace why I am not solving the problem a different way. I'm happy with how the game works. But I'm just trying to explain that if we just made these one-way colliders and you're walking down this, how do you stop yourself from accidentally getting caught on this? Right? I'm trying to go down this slope and not be on this one. I need to determine which I'm trying to be on. It's a choice. It's not just about, well, I'm coming up this slope, so because I'm coming up from the bottom, don't collide with this one. If I need to be able to choose, I still need to do that choice making. That's a choice at the specific initial collision point can be stateless. No, because when you say collision point, no, because if I'm standing here and I stop holding the button, am I on it or am I off it? There's my collider. Why am I off it? Because the bottom of my collider is below this point. But it's still considered ground, right? I don't know what you mean by... maybe, I don't know if this is a Unity thing, but I can't make this. When you say like... I mean, it has one-way colliders. Those exist. But like, if this is an edge that exists in the game, and I'm standing here, and I'm walking across here, What's stopping me from running into this as a roof? Just the one-way collider? I understand it's directional. Yeah, I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe it literally is just use one-way colliders. It doesn't feel... The thing is, I've spent so long on this. Like, the path that I'm on was set like a long time ago, and there was a reason why I'm on it, and I can't remember exactly the exhaustive list of reasons why one-way colliders don't work. I think it was something to do with the fact that when you say it's directional, this direction, what is the direction of this multifaceted collider? What's the direction of this? Because I've got 1, 2, 3 normals. So which is the direction? I can't just pick one. I would need to do normal checks I would need to essentially override the collision system altogether. I can't just use Unity's component. Yeah, it would have to be different colliders. Whereas Unity's one-way collider solution is it's essentially just you get one collider, you get one edge, you get one direction. So in that context even, it doesn't quite work. No, Unity's pretty dumb in that way. Yeah, I think the answer to your question is, in theory, I think you're right, but in practice, to do what you're describing is actually a lot of work. I think that's what this is. Like, yeah, the answer is like, yeah, just make them only pass throughable in one direction, sure. But even in my stairs thing, it's the same thing. We're actually having the logic you're describing is the way I'm building it. Like when you say, oh, that's just a thing at a decision point, right? This is literally doing that. At the decision point, I press up and now I'm on it. And now I'm not on it. And I guess you're saying, like, at the decision point, what happens? What's being decided? Whether it's on or off? Whether I'm allowed to touch it or not? Whatever it is that is, that's stateful. At some point. Like whatever that condition is, it needs to be resolvable somehow. So what's the thing that is what does the choice toggle? If it's on or off, if it's on a layer we can interact with or not. Yeah, I don't know what that was actually. I think that was, on the dodge roll, I've got a collider that shouldn't be part of this. Yeah, this whole solution actually is not compatible with how I have done a lot of these. The old collision system for the player character has these no collide things. And or just like custom colliders, and they're actually just, what the heck? They're actually just unnecessary at this point, I think. Yeah, like you're saying like just put me on the one that I want to be on. But what does it mean to be put on a one? Like, just sort of like, I mean, I'm still Armin's feet being straight on slopes. I've already solved it. I put stuff in front of his feet, or I make the edge thicker visually. He doesn't need to. He can be standing like this as long as there's like height on the background. It's not a problem in other parts of the game. Hey, Merculo. Like this. I think that's okay. Because there's a bit of depth behind him. It's not perfect, but I'm not going to give him like IK, you know. It's just about the art being thicker. So, to come back to this thing, I mean, look, it's worth it, Pixel Fireplace, to talk about this. I get it. So, yeah, the problem I have right now, which I was just thinking about before you even brought this up anyway, was it was this problem here of the system resolves when there are multiple things that are considered groundworthy. I'm not really picking them selectively. I'm just saying, hey, take the physics overlap area. So like here is a ground rectangle. I'm just saying like here's the bottom row of the player, like the bottom little rectangle of where the player character is. Take that little bottom rectangle and then check to see if any ground overlaps with it. So in your example, to do this right, we would need to have some kind of, I guess, like height check on this. You need to be like, okay, but which one is like, which one are we on versus like not on? And that would be a line rather than an area. And you would do maybe like a raycast down or something like that. Which might, I mean, like maybe that could have been possible at one point, but I'm not using a raycast for it. I'm using an area check. So I could do a distance check or something, like the shortest line from the edge to the player character. Unity doesn't do this for you, I guess is what we're really trying to say. Like the even determining like which is the piece of ground that we're on, I'm determining that. And if there were two grounds, you know, they were arbitrarily, you know, in the same position, I don't know how we would solve this without doing some kind of like disable check or something. Right, but it's I still think it needs to be stateful. I still think we need to determine what the player's ground is. We need to store a reference to the thing that we picked, because I think it's just safer. Both horizontal and vertical, so space where you can select and then choose a heuristic for the default and then user input for changing from that. Probably a few different ways to capture the input. Like, I just don't really trust, I don't trust the level design process. I don't trust the workflow or Unity's physics system for me to sort of do this thing where I'm doing this. I mean, even when you just described it, like, you're kind of hoping that we can do something like this, right? That one is higher than the other, and that when we press the up button, as we're walking forward that puts us on this one, and that from then on we won't be on this one, and nothing about the physics system can put us on the lower one once we're on the top one. There's a lot of assumptions there that, yeah, if the game is fully deterministic, I suppose that's fair. But like, there are so many things about that I don't like. Like, for example, when you're doing a fall in the game, like, I don't know which of these the physics system is going to tell you to stop at. Especially if they're edges. I hate edge colliders for this reason. If you're moving very fast, it's just less reliable to get caught on one of these than on a box. And I know Unity has a bunch of logic that it tries to put in place to stop edges from being less reliable. There's the difference between like extrapolation versus interpolation. I've just found platform polygon colliders to be much more reliable than edge colliders in Unity's Box 2D implementation. So I just don't like the idea of like using this, and it's like encoding preference of like, because this one is higher, you go up when you know. I just don't like encoding that in the thing. Yo, someone's at my door. I'll be right back. One sec. Yeah, the unfortunate thing about this is that it's Unity's 2D system is based on Box 2D. Box 2D is a rigid body physics simulation, and rigid body physics sims like this are inherently kind of unreliable. Like it's just not a set of Boolean things the way that you'd like it to be. Like it is, but because of what's not in our control, I can't trust certain things to just work every time. It just doesn't, in practice, it doesn't come out as deterministic as you would think a computer would be. Because of things like frame rates, fixed update, run cycles, there's like all kinds of little gotchas that make trusting this hard to do. I prefer that level-based encoding for this because it makes physics/level hold the state implicitly. But if it's not reliable, then I agree it's a bad plan. Well, it's not just that, but it's like, how do you author this in a reliable way? Like, how do you make sure that this behaves that way all the time? Maybe if I was using just a tile editor, like in this case, the fact that like I could just do this and then break it, like even a little bit. It kind of has to know exactly where it starts and where it ends. It becomes a bit, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe like there's like an engineering approach where you can kind of build the game to run, to operate that way. I mean, you're so like, yeah, I also just feel like maybe this problem, we're in a very narrow domain here, and it's not a general purpose solution, even if it makes sense in the context you're describing it. Like this. Yeah, it's fine. But then you can't do that, right? You'll always be on top. How would you decide that? What, I would have to like skip you to here. Because now it's not even about like what's happening as I'm walking, what's happening to stop me from catching this edge no matter what? What am I doing to not get caught on that edge? No. I mean, like, what are you doing in the engine? Because this is still, this has a normal that's doing this. So, okay, it's not going to collide when I run this way, but it's supposed to collide when I run this way. So what are you doing to it to make it non-collidable as I'm walking to the right? I'm pressing up, I'm walking to the right. What do we do? You said you wanted to not have a state. So if we're not holding a reference to something, what are we doing? Are we disabling it? Are we putting on a different collision layer? Are we... Wait, so you're saying if you have to let them go up it and then they press down and jump to drop down? I'm saying like, what I would want, what I have is you walk straight past it unless you're pressing up. That's what I have already. Okay. You press forward, you walk past it. You press up, you go up it. You press down, you go down it. You press left, you go past it. So what my question to you is, in your model, what happens to stop me from going up it as I walk forward? You force them to drop through. So you say, so what your solution is wait. When you say drop through, I'm not satisfied with that. What does it mean? Right? Here's the slope. Here's the edge. Here's the trigger. Okay. I'm here. I'm right. I'm going to draw it in red on a new layer. I'm standing right here. What does this do? Does it put me down here? It's just like on the little, like I'm moving here, next frame I'm here, next frame I would be here. You're saying determine where I would be and instead place me here? I already can't really do that unless I'm interpolating instead of extrapolating, because I'm already on it at that point. Like I would have to be on it to be put down off it. Yeah, I just think like Unity doesn't, like, because at that point I've already got velocity. Like I'm already, there's like physics implication stuff that's taking place the second you touch it that we would have to like then manually sort of undo in order to make it not obvious that you caught that edge as you ran past it. Like I could, you know, yeah, it's just, I I agree with the concept. I just don't think like that you wouldn't catch that edge. I think you're running. It's like frame 1, frame 2, frame 3, correction, but velocity is still going upwards because we hit this. So now we have to realign velocity to go forwards. Maybe that's fine. Maybe. Yeah. And the problem is that the physics system's running at a different speed as the frame rate. So graphically, you might get this and then that. You might literally see the character go up and then get snapped down. Yeah. Well, I think, look, I think like what I've got is great and I'm happy with it. And I can't explain why I didn't choose the other alternative that you described other than the stuff I just said. The complexities of it that I've sort of already run into over the course of the last few years and just not wanting to have to deal with that at that level is the reason why I have this. Box 2D is just not, it's just not cut out to behave reliably in that context. So what's left now? What am I trying to solve? It was about choosing whether to go on or off. So, one sec. What the heck? Shush you. Okay. Yeah. For everyone, I just want to help demystify for a second. Right now, chat, there is sort of like two different conversations going on. One of them is about the technical details of how to make this work. The other is about a UX question of like what should happen when the player is pressing buttons. We're not having that conversation. We're not talking through like, oh, should the player press down or up or what should happen by default? That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about what is this most straightforward implementation on the technical side in the back end to make the player's choice come true without it being buggy. The inputs, they're solved. What should happen, solved. How it should happen is what we're talking about. So for me, I really do think that yo, thanks for gifting that sub, Pixel Fireplace. I mean, I'm very, what's the word? If I could just do the one-way platforms thing, I think it'd be great. Like, it's very attractive to just be like, here's an empty, I've actually got it over here. Like, no, it's worth challenging me on it. It's worth it. Thanks for the pushback. It's totally worth it. It's just something that I don't have. You know, it's like a trauma response. Oh, and then those get used by Effector. So like even this, like it does work. It works if it's one platform and it is a thin edge and it does do the things you're describing. But even dropping through this is a thing that like you would say, well, to drop through, I would just place you like point, like 3 pixels south of when I press jump and down, place me 3 pixels south of the thing, and then I'll just naturally fall through. I think that would be great if I could do that. I just don't think it's feasible with my current standards for how I check the space. Like, this is my player character. There's a lot going on here, but I can sort of annotate it. This is the actual ground point. There is another vertical check that goes down that's called almost grounded. There are 2 corner points, so these check walls. And then this middle yellow one is just center of mass, what's beneath me. So a lot of the time, I'm actually not checking exactly here. I'm checking like anywhere in here a lot of the time. Because I don't have confidence in Unity's system to give me a correct answer of inside of, are we above or below this pixel, or even less than this pixel in the floating point space, this specific edge point, right? This 0.0. I just don't think, like, again, maybe if I started building the game from scratch again, maybe there's a way I could say, hey, like, this is the check. Are you above this line? Are you below this line? Behave this way, if not. I don't know. Like, there are even little basic things that Box 2D is not great at. For example, if you have two literal squares, right? And their floating point positions are exactly the same. They're the same, 100%. They're just next to each other. This is like a massive problem for Box 2D. Because it will calculate this as an edge, and if your body rectangle collides on the same floating point space as this, right? Because technically this is actually there. At that point, you get a collision, a horizontal collision with the vertical object. That happens. They call that a ghost collision. And that can just happen. Even though, you know that there's a vertical, what do we call that? A top edge, a top face that shouldn't allow you to do that. It's not checking for top faces. It's not checking for when it shouldn't collide. It's just checking on what it should collide with. In that case, this and this are touching, hypothetically. So that stuff is just like, that level of problem is pretty rampant in Box 2D. Anyway. Yeah. Again, maybe. Yeah, pretty much. Like even this. If we just watch. That was pretty good, actually. In the past, he's gone through it. I think actually he might be okay. Yeah. Anyway, and we get around that. We get around those ghost collisions because we don't use boxes either. We use rounded boxes. So I use this little... Armin has a little edge, a little rounded edge on him so that he can run up slopes and not get caught on things like that, which is a problem because it means that if you are... In fact, I think I toggle it. We're fully derailed now. But... Where is he? While you're in the air? Oh, no, I don't do it anymore. Okay. Yeah, I just have him rounded all the time. So technically, you could jump. If our trajectory... Oh, no. No, it is. Oh, it must be when I'm going downwards. Dude, I've done so many little optimizations on this stupid game. Yeah, no, squares now. Squares now. So the issue is there were times... Hey, Magnus, thank you so much for the sub. There were times where I would have the rounded corners and I would jump at an edge and his feet right here would hit a square edge. And so what that would do is... You know, you got this. You got this. You round that. When this collides with that, you could go in any direction. If you hit here, you're going to go that way. If you hit here, you're going to bounce up. If you hit directly on, you could bounce away 45 degrees. Like, there's like anything can happen when you have a rounded edge like that because the normal is going here and 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 here. And this obviously, you know, whatever. So I made it that it toggles off the rounded corner. I think when you're traveling downwards, I think I've got some logic there. I literally turn off the rounding so that that can't happen. But I'm not sure. As I'm looking at it now, I'm not actually convinced. That's rounded. That's not. Oh no, it is rounded. How did I determine it? It's not rounded right now. Now it is rounded. Okay, I don't know. There's some logic. Yeah, I noticed that Godot is better. Or at least Godot has like fixes that are different. Godot has like maybe some code baked in that just gets around common problems. Unity, I think, is just like, it's just box 2D. Okay. I think I gotta go, pals. I'm so tired. I'm exhausted. It was lovely chatting with you. I will catch you tomorrow. I have a busy morning tomorrow, so I'm not sure if I'll stream a bit later. I'm not sure. Let's give a raid to Le Ginger Dev. Thanks, everyone. You should go and wishlist Insignia if you want to support what I do, help the game come out a bit faster. Thanks, Lloyd. Appreciate ya. Thanks, Pixel. That's it. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.